Welcome to the Offshore Technology Conference 2023, all happening in the vibrant city of Houston, Texas, known for its energy innovations. Here, the brightest minds in the offshore energy industry gather together to explore new technologies, forge new partnerships, and learn from industry leaders. This promises to be an amazing week. OTC 2023 has an incredible lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise on the latest and most important developments in the industry. Also, the panel discussions will take an in-depth look on topics that are most important to you. The networking opportunities here are abundant. You will connect with industry leaders from around the globe and reunite with your colleagues. Plus, learn more about the latest products and services from various expert exhibitors who are at the forefront of offshore drilling. And while you are on the exhibit hall floor, stop by our Energy Insight Studios, where industry insiders are interviewed on an array of topics. And you can see these broadcasted on OTC's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn page as well as OTC's page. And there is live viewing opportunities in the Rotunda area on level 1 of the Energy Center. So get ready to learn, grow, and discover the future of offshore technologies at OTC 2023. Welcome to the Offshore Technology Conference 2023, all happening in the vibrant city of Houston, Texas, known for its energy innovations. Here, the brightest minds in the offshore energy industry gather together to explore new technologies, forge new partnerships, and learn from industry leaders. This promises to be an amazing week. OTC 2023 has an incredible lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise on the latest and most important developments in the industry. Also, the panel discussions will take an in-depth look on topics that are most important to you. The networking opportunities here are abundant. You will connect with industry leaders from around the globe and reunite with your colleagues. Plus, learn more about the latest products and services from various expert exhibitors who are at the forefront of offshore drilling. And while you are on the exhibit hall floor, stop by our Energy Insight Studios, where industry insiders are interviewed on an array of topics. And you can see these broadcasted on OTC's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn page, as well as OTC's page. And there is live viewing opportunities in the Rotunda area on level 1 of the Energy Center. So get ready to learn, grow, and discover the future of offshore technologies at OTC 2023.
He's live. Can you hear him?
Are we monitoring sound? You can keep monitoring sound.
Can you switch? Because I can't hear him.
Right, I can't hear them.
Yeah, I can't hear
Who
him.
am I switching to?
Like,
Whoever's talking?
yeah, I actually do need.
You switch then. Can you switch?
I can't switch.
Are you doing
Wait, I
that?
can, but
Well, you didn't tell me how to switch. So one is who?
can I hear?
Yeah. So wait, one is Ed, or which one's which? One's Ed. I see. But I'm not listening then.
Right. Sorry, I need it because I gotta put their lower thirds in here.
I think you're gonna have to do both.
Yeah. Hey, Juan. Audio. Both of them. Are you getting sound now? No sound. Okay, give me a second. Give me a favor. Yes. You said they're not seeing it being broadcast on the other platforms? Can't be true. I'm getting comments and stuff from Link. I was gonna say I have it on LinkedIn, and I'm getting comments on LinkedIn. Yeah. LinkedIn. Are they getting it? LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook. Okay. The website is also getting it as well. Yeah. Yeah, that one. Let's go with that one. I think it's at the top. Yeah. What about now? Are you getting audio from us now? You should be. I see it going in. Transition. You said they're picking up the staff?
New in our time that we could offer equally reliable as spool removal, or in other words, double blend flanging isolation technology. In the meantime, it can be as convenient as a conventional ball valve. That's what we do and what we want to introduce to the industry.
Now, I know you've been working on this for over 6 years now.
Yes.
So give us some ideas about what the bridge flow valve technology is all about and how it provides basically the ultimate piping system for isolation solution.
Yes, thank you. In the past 6 years, what we really wanted to do is trying to, as I mentioned, to incorporate a type of mechanism which can equally provide the balanced and even mechanical load to the blend segments. The blend segments play the similar role as a blend flange. So which means we want to basically insert or combine a blend flange technology inside a ball valve, make it equally or surpasses the reliability of spool removal technology, but still utilize the existing ball valve technology to operate conveniently.
Well, we have a video we're going to show just in a second, but I want to ask the next question, which is how does bridge flow valve technology address the shortcomings of the traditional on-off valves, as you mentioned? So let's show that video, and then I'll let you address from that point.
Thank you. In fact, while playing this video, I would like to directly address your question. As the video plays, the immediately feature you probably could note is that the valve this ball valve, we can call it a ball valve. It is indeed not. It is a isolation solution. It replaces everything. So for the on-off valve, the immediately feature is this valve rotate 90-degree friction-free. We can have a look
Hang on
here.
a second until when we come out of the video, then perhaps we can begin demonstrating.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think it is very clear in the movie that telling people that the immediately feature different from a conventional on-off valve is this valve does not have any wear and tear when stroke 90 degrees. That's number one feature. And number two feature is that each stroke, when you started to open the valve, the two sealing members, this green thing, the two sealing members will retract and allows the flow to evenly distributed 360 degree evenly. There's no longer any localized high-speed erosion issue anymore. So that in theory could make the entire lifespan of an on-off valve, if you consider this an on-off valve, 10 to 20 times longer. All right, we did do our prototype testing 10 times longer versus a normal tronic mounted ball valve. We do 20,000 cycles, and the valve still keep perfect zero leakage. And that's number two. And in addition to that, we have eliminated floating seat that is normally utilized for the tronic mounted ball valve. Our valve is stationary seat. There's no any moving parts at all. So you can tell the reliability for the seat sealing itself. The most important thing, as I mentioned, is we incorporated a balanced mechanical energized seal. It's double inside this valve body, and that makes this valve uncomparable versus the conventional on-off valve. In summary, this valve is 20 to 10 times long lifespan, and this valve is 2 levels more reliable versus a conventional on-off valve. That's how we address this on-off valve challenge that people are experiencing in the past century.
We were talking before we started, Steve, about how this is 21st century technology. Perhaps you would like to weigh in on a little bit about how this is an advance above and beyond, what is currently in use and how it can be implemented with current systems.
Okay, sure. If you think about technology with cell phones and computers, they change about every 6 months. In the valve industry, it hasn't been like that, and the 3 types of mechanically sealing valves were all invented in the early 20th century, 1922, 1926. This valve brings the best of all of those sealing technologies into one product. It mechanically seals, is conventionally rotating, It is much lighter, smaller in size. It's just simply the best of the 21st century, and there hasn't been anything like it in 100 years.
It's amazing to think about. Perhaps would be a good time to show some of the demonstration that you were going to about how it is utilized.
Sure. We have got this thing cut away, and so that you could say watch inside of the valve. And when we rotate, before we rotate, you can say my card can insert freely. And while rotation, my card is still be easily insert and remove. All right. Further rotate, the magic is happening. The two blend segments will be expanded mechanically in a balanced manner. It's left and right balanced, up and down balanced, and every load is internal balanced. And you can say, I'm no longer able to take my card away. It is mechanical energized sealing, regardless of the pressure. So that is 2 levels more reliable versus a conventional on-off valve.
Now, you touched on it just a moment ago, but let's talk a little bit more about how the bridge flow valve technology compares to DBB setups in terms of performance.
All right. Okay. The DBB type of solution are utilized in case one single valve reliability is not really trustable. And instead of use one valve, they use 2 valves. And among those DBB configurations, there are one high-end configuration. People can use 2 rising stem ball valve, which is more expensive versus a normal 20 mounted ball valve. If people took 2 rising stem ball valve to form a double block and bleed system, the advantage is these 2 valves, they both have friction-free ball-to-seat rotation, similar to our design concept. And they both have a mechanical energized seal, similar to our concept as well. Unfortunately, the mechanical energized seal provided by rising stem ball valve are not balanced. So a balanced mechanical energized seal can make the sealing reliability next level to a blend flange equivalent level. All right. So we have a small animation can play to tell how we removed all these things which we do not need and insert the essential components, the essential section of 2 rising stem ball valve system inside 1 valve body, and to remove all the joints, links, potential leaking paths, 2 stems, and make it only 1 stem. As Steve just mentioned, this thing are also different from the 2 rising stem. Instead of stem rising, move up and down, which is aligned the escape direction of the pressure. This new century solution only need to rotate. Okay, we rotate and everything will be done. All right, so that's how we perform. In summary, this single valve, single stem, rotation movement can replace 2 rising stem, okay, all the complex bulky system in a next level balanced mechanical sealing performance.
Well, while we're showing the next video, can we talk just a little bit about, I guess the question, it's kind of a layperson's question, but why hasn't this come up before? In other words, you've been working over 6 years on this technology, but the valves have been around for close to 100 years in some ways. So why has it taken so long to come to this type of innovation?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know that there's an easy answer, but unlike commercially available cell phones and computers, the market is huge, billions upon billions upon billions. In the valve world, it's smaller than that, so The ability to return on your investment may be somewhat less.
Welcome to the Offshore Technology.
Contributor and said, well, why didn't the major corporations develop this? And my answer was, corporations don't think, people do. And so it requires somebody of Peter's ilk to understand the issue in the field and then have the ability to bring that issue back and solve a problem. And that's the only answer I can give you.
And that's an excellent answer. It goes forward into, as you say, the 21st century. So let's talk a little bit also about spool removal systems, if we
Right.
could. How does bridge flow valve technology become an advantage over the, I guess, older spool removal type systems?
Right. Spool removal technology or bland flanging technology was utilized for quite a long time. And the system are basically rely on a few key things. I believe number one, it has to be mechanically load. Okay, that's number one thing. The number two is the mechanical load has to be distributed evenly to the entire sealing system. All right. And number three is that it has to have the K thing involved, which is elasticity. If any sealing system lost its elasticity, the sealing will fail. Okay, those three things are the most important thing that people have to take into consideration. When we try to do this thing to get that evenly distributed mechanical load, elasticity, compensation combined together solution, it becomes very much a challenge. All right, we basically visited all the possible existing technology and surprisingly find that there's no any mechanical energized valve technology could provide evenly distributed mechanical load at all. So the first challenge we need to do is to have this mechanical load distributed evenly. And that makes the fundamental of a bland flange equivalent thing. And luckily, our mechanism, as I mentioned, is left and right, balanced, up and down balanced, and the entire system mechanical load balanced internally. That allows the mechanical load evenly distributed to the sealing members and to build up the foundation of mechanical seal, which is very much different from any existing mechanical sealing technology. Okay, that's one thing. Another thing is the geometry of we call the ball base, which is the central part of this ball assembly, is like a ball, and it functions like a ball-shaped spring, keep on provide elasticity compensation to the entire sealing system. And this is the fundamental thing which are differentiate us away from a traditional bland flange system and make the sealing performance surpasses, which was considered the most reliable bland flange system. At this show, we thus bring two systems, same size, 2-inch. One is isolated by the bland flange technology. The other one is by our bridge flow technology. To have the people more visible, we simply remove the center body so that you could physically look inside while the both sides are pressurized. And a conventional valve test, according to API 60, only do 2 minutes seat test. That will pass. What we are going to challenge is, in fact, we have already done this real-world test several times in the past, but we were going to display this test in our booth to let people to witness and come to see this thing in our booth. booth number is 315, by the way, and we want people to physically see it, how good, because we will hold the pressure the entire OTC show instead of 2 minutes.
Okay.
All right, so that's what we want to do. I think that probably address your question.
Absolutely. And
Booth 315, by the way.
okay,
Yeah.
not to forget that, booth 315.
Yes.
Can you give us a thought? We have many questions, and we're going to run out of time because it's been so fascinating.
Right.
We do want to. Can you give us a real-world application, a specific application where the bridge flow valve technology outperforms an existing solution?
Steve, I think probably you can share some of your thoughts regarding to the metering.
Okay,
right?
I think
the
we got
metering
just
probably
a few seconds
good to-
here. But the biggest thing that I can think of that this valve brings to the market is its ability to seal 100% bubble tight. And when you get into metering applications and the custody transfer of very expensive liquids and or gas, this assures zero leakage, whereas existing technology cannot.
Then let's go to the next question very
Oh,
quickly.
okay.
Just talk a little bit about how bridge flow valve, ball valve technology contributes to the broader goals of energy transition and sustainability in the years ahead.
Well, one right off the bat, if you were to line this valve up against the existing technology, plug valves, gate valves, or rising stem ball valves, it is the smallest footprint in terms of steel. And steel, along with concrete, are some of the most energy consuming processes. This uses less steel. It's greener than the competition.
And does that keep the cost down as well?
It does keep
Absolutely.
the cost down. You buy steel by the pound.
Right, but without sacrificing reliability.
Absolutely.
It reduces the cost and improves the reliability.
Absolutely.
In the few moments we have left, I would like to turn the platform over to Peter. Give us some thoughts, if you would, about bridge flow technology, about what you expect to be able to do with the company now and in the future. I mean, can you improve on this?
Oh, absolutely. And we have started from day one when our team formed is trying to do something different versus the past century that people have keep on repeating. And so the number one thing is we keep the innovative curve and to align our company to the energy transition, help the people. There's one single thing to stop the leakage of the existing valve will be a big contribution to the environmental and the energy transition. And these days, when the new energy was considered that, for example, the hydrogen is considered one of attention to the industry, and in the design guidance book, normally for a hydrogen pipeline, they will, as standard, require 2 valves because the hydrogen is challenge. And our technology come from the nature, can replace the 2 rising stem ball valve, right? So it does a perfect substitution. In addition to that, we have designed our valve in accordance to the most popular standard, API 6D, and have this valve very much easily adopted into the existing system. You don't need to modify anything. You just remove your existing ball valve and you just replace it with the new valve. And in addition to that, our engineering team keep on working on the new materials, new surface treatment, and so that we will be able to get this thing introduced a broader applications and to serve the industry. I hope that I partially answered the question. Would you have something
I
to
think
add?
it did as well. I think, gentlemen, wanted to thank you so much for coming by, explaining and helping us better understand bridge flow valve, what it's all about. Peter Liu, Steve Gallivan, and booth 311. You can find out how
315.
315. 315. So sorry, 315. and stop by the booth and you can see how the valve operates under pressure for the
Yes.
entire show.
Right.
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this is OTC 2023 Energy Insights. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome back to OTC 2023 Energy Insights. I'm your host, Ed Highland, and I'm joined by Dr. Alex Orth, who is the head of subsea automation systems at Bosch Rexroth Corporation. Thank you so much for coming by and joining us.
Thank you, Ed, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's an exciting time, an exciting subject as well. So let's jump right into it and talk a little bit about how subsea electrification accelerates a sustainable energy transition.
Well, subsea electrification is very important to facilitate the energy transformation, So we are talking about new ways to storage carbon in the sea water. We are thinking about how to produce green hydrogen. All these need automation, and we need a simpler and a very reliable automation system, and that's why electrification comes as an important part for it.
Well, tell us a little bit about what Bosch Rexroth does and what it will do for the offshore energy sector.
Bosch Rexroth is a kind of invisible player. We are behind of all kinds of machineries. And where are you going to find us? We do the movements of machineries. We do the hard work. We do the moving parts, can be mechanically, can be electrically, can be hydraulically. Any movement is done by a machine is probably done by our components.
So this is something that the company has been doing, and tell us a little bit about your role at Bosch Rexroth.
Yes, I'm a kind of the CEO of a startup. That is how we are established. We have now a product area called a new business, where we transform our R&D center in startups. So I'm not only responsible for developing cool technologies, but also making something useful for society and creating a business out of it.
That's a whole separate interview. That would be fun to do sometime.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little bit about electrification. That's what we're here for. And give us some thoughts. It's been talked about a lot, but why is it so useful and important for offshore?
Well, the whole automation offshore subsea is done today by hydraulics. Then you have a huge amount of fluid necessary for these operations. So this is a high cost. Second, this fluid has to be transported far away. So you lose a lot of energy by transporting this fluid. And both together, when we avoid fluid and you avoid the energy losses, you are saving CO2 because you are discharging CO2 to make this automation. In the last, you have also the downtimes. You need to do all flushing, all cleaning of this system. And then in the end, this results in very high costs, as well for CapEx, as well for OpEx. So hydraulic has been a very reliable partner for offshore, but a cost-intensive and not so good for the environment.
Yeah, and that's something that is critical, obviously, for many, many reasons. And if it is so critical and so useful, why is it not being utilized more?
Exactly. The interesting thing, when I started doing the subsea electrification is they are already looking for it since 20 years. It's strange that after 20 years, we still are doing the old way. But basically what I understood are two main reasons for that. One is that we were missing some functions, some tools, able to close the gap, to have all the portfolio available. But the second reason was that the cost of the electrification was even higher than the hydraulics. And and then it's tough for the industry to be able to afford for it.
Is there a way to bring that technology in? And in other words, is there an efficiency and a cost reductiveness in expanding it? It may be some upfront cost, but you would like to perhaps expand it and bring that cost down?
That is our approach at Bosch Rexroth. We look to it to a totally different way. We developed standard products utilizing the best out of the shelf components we have from the automotive industry, from the industrial technology. So we aim and we can achieve an electric solution that is not more costly than the hydraulic one, using this approach, industrial approach.
Give us a useful example, something in real life here.
Well, our best example is now the subsea valve actuator SVA R2, which got last year the Spotlight Award here at the OTC. This was recognized as one of the breakthrough technology because of this. This brings electric system and reduce the cost to a level that the industry can afford it.
So help me understand. The existing technology works, but is not very sustainable. It is not the greenest. So can things be retrofitted? Can the Bosch Rexroth technology come in and actually retrofit perhaps some of the older installations and make them more greener and more sustainable?
Yes, that is this new technology we develop is a kind of a new generation of solutions, something the offshore industry was not thinking before. And that is it's quite often in mankind that when we are trying some things, the first time we try, it's complicated, it's difficult. And then the second and third try is that the things become to the level that you can really use them, And that's why we brought a little video to explain the benefits of this technology.
So let's talk about that while the video plays about SVA R2.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about that and what are some of the main benefits.
The new SVA R2 saves energy, carbon and fluid. Let's make the world better. Now.
Increase the size of the machinery, we will need a bigger crane, a bigger vessel, and that will not be payable. So that was one of the targets to come with a solution so smart that fits in the side of the available envelope. This was the first biggest benefit of our technology.
So please build on that some more. Why is size so important, if you will?
The size, as I said, you need the crane, you need the wire lines to make the compensation of it. So this adds to the size of the crane, to the size of the vessel, and so on. This is the biggest cost issue. The second main benefit we did was providing a fail-safe solutions with springs, okay? Because we have more than 70 years of offshore industry, right? And why we can rely on this industry? Because it's done in a fail-safe mode. So every time you have a problem, your system goes automatically to a safe state and avoid a big trouble, let's say. And that is why we integrated in our actuators. So we have a safety systems by springs that anytime the power goes off or any problems happen, it automatically switch off and protects the assets, protects the environmental, and you are fast to running again.
And safety obviously is crucial. Can you continue? Does this? I'm guessing it would bring in issues of maintenance, making sure that all of the redundant systems would be in place to ensure this safety.
Yeah, when we were designing the system, maintenance in the sea floor is very hard. So we designed this system using the best of automotive and industrial components to really target 25 years operating without any maintenance, So it's a really reliable, robust system. So,
talk a little bit about why power supply, subsea, why is it an issue?
Yeah, this is a good point, When they start and electrify the first valves and actuators, right? They were then happy that they were removing all the hydraulics. Great. You can save a lot of holes, a lot of filters, accumulators, and a lot of components you don't need anymore. But then suddenly they discover, well, now I have to add components for the electric. I have to add power supply, transformers, and so on. And it's not like here that we have a grid and I can take power anywhere I like. I'm far away. So, and this increases a lot the cost to add this power available. And now our solution, the vision is the little power that was available to control the hydraulics is now used to drive our system. So that means you take ready of the hydraulics and you don't need to add anything to run electric. And that's where the miracle happens, because then you save a huge cost on infrastructure to building out these electric solutions.
Well, that's critical. I mean, you have essentially an infrastructure in place with the hydraulics
Yeah.
that you can apply to the subsea electrical.
Exactly. That is how some customers, they are using our technology to fix the hydraulic. When you have a failure, you can already apply it, replacing this failing system with our actuator, because we can reutilize the electric power which were there already. So it's also used already in brownfields for that.
So both technologies can exist at the same time, one
Yeah.
perhaps acting as a backup to the other.
Exactly. You know, the world is colorful. There is no one single solution for everything. So combining them is also a possibility for the customers which want to try this technology and without losing the good benefits of the previous one.
Tell me some more about applying it. I mean, is it pretty much anywhere, any environment?
Yes. You know, our actuator were designed for 4,000 meters water depth. This can cover all oil and gas applications, green fields or brown fields. This is also being used in subsea mining now, in new projects of subsea mining, which is picking up for the raw material. And we are very heavily involved in the carbon capture and also looking to the hydrogen. Basically, we control these valves, and we have also projects in US where we are controlling drink water for the community, for example.
And in temperature, is that an issue as far as water temperature, that type of thing?
No, the actuator is designed to be applied anywhere following the API standards, which defines the temperature range it has to fit.
All right, let's talk a little about how it's benefiting the oil and gas sector. But obviously, we'd like to talk a little bit more about how this technology can help support the energy transition.
Yes, that's quite interesting because, you know, the oil and gas sector, you have the luxury that you can afford to do hydraulics. Yeah? So the moment you change to electric depends so very much on your other technologies. But on the carbon storage, you don't have this possibility because the value of the carbon is still very low. So we need a solution which is to a cost level much lower than the existing ones. And that's where the benefits of this transformation comes through, because we can build with this low power system a much simpler system as the hydraulic one. So you can make it in a cost-wise much lower capex as the hydraulics, and then you can come to also cost saving on OPEX. So we believe this is now, I would say, a key technology to enable the CO2 storage in a mass production as we need now to speed up the energy transition. You know?
Where else can this be applied?
Yeah, another applications we are looking is for hydrogen. Yeah, so when we are producing also hydrogen offshore, we also need system to store it subsea, to transport it subsea. So again, you have a cost-sensitive product which needs a reliable and safe actuation, and that's where our technology contributes.
This may be a bit off the wall, but is the low power, is it low enough that you have ever utilized a solar type of power to utilize?
Yes, by using low power, you can easily recharge it with renewable. With solar panels or with wind turbines, you can easily rely on recharge it, use it. But by using so little power, we are able to avoid a huge infrastructure on the system, and that has a very high impact. And also enables, for example, many valves which are far away from each other. In the past, they could not be automated because of this. You don't have enough power available. But now with this little power, suddenly you can automate all them, and then you can link it to a digital world where you can have artificial intelligence improving your process. Because I always tell the guys which likes digitalization, artificial intelligence, what is not automated cannot be digitalized. So first step is automate them, then you can digitalize them.
That's fascinating because you see the applications just jumping in front of you, but
Yes.
between, say, North Sea, where you have the wind power, which is being utilized quite a bit out there,
Yeah.
and perhaps could be linked with operations. You have the Gulf, where there's abundant sunshine
Yes.
often. So you have those potential energy sources for the subsea electrification. That's fascinating. Give us some thoughts also, if you would, about the company. Well, let's talk a little bit about Bosch and what else Bosch is doing for the energy transition.
Yeah, Bosch is very heavily involved in the energy transition in different sectors. No? I'm working, as I said, very much on the topic storage of CO2 subsea. My Bosch colleagues are working the carbon capture of large engines on vessels, because it's also an issue for our societies, these big vessels transporting foods and all the goods worldwide, how to get with the CO2 on it. And Bosch is working on the hydrogen in different areas. Bosch is creating solutions not only to produce cars driven by hydrogens, but also creating from this automotive technology a much robust and reliable system to produce hydrogen offshore. So we are bringing products for electrolyzers for companies which want to build systems for electrolyzers. We have components on that. And also my colleagues at Bosch are working up to the tank station. When you fill your car with hydrogen, you will see our system moving, again, everything. So we are moving the compressors who pumps the hydrogen in your car.
It sounds like you have a perfect world in the sense that Bosch has its fingers, if you will, in many different areas, and yet they can all help contribute. In other words, things you may learn in a different area can help with either technology or information that would help, say, subsea.
Exactly. We at Bosch, we are passionate for technology, but we do technology for life, invented for life. So technology which makes our world better. This is what we like to do. And then you see different examples of that.
A few more ideas, if you would. How can we accelerate even more this energy transition? I mean, it's going to happen. It's just a question of whether we start now or later.
Yeah, the energy transition is one of the biggest challenges we have in our society nowadays. Yeah? And it's such a huge task that no single company or no single player can solve it itself. So we have to learn to work differently together. Everyone brings his core competence to speed up, to accelerate. And that is why we are showing this year at the OTC. We are in our booth with different partners, showing that we solve one piece of the puzzle very well, in our opinion, but we solve just one piece. We are bringing other parts that together have other pieces of the puzzles, and then we can, now the picture looks brighter, bigger, and then we can speed up.
So sometimes, I mean, obviously it's a competitive industry and a competitive business, but sometimes cooperation will get you both farther than you would have done it on your own.
We say collaborate to accelerate. That is really the mining. There is room for everybody. And that is how about you can work smart together to provide solutions.
Just we only have a very short amount of time, but perhaps a few closing thoughts, if you would, about what you're doing with the company and just some advantages that you think people should know about as we go out the door.
Well, we are thinking on electrification. So we are bringing all different partners who contribute to electrify. So our message this year for the OTC is, who else wants to electrify their machinery, come to us. We have a group of companies, we can make it together. We have all the pieces available that you need to do the transformation, because it's a transformation that we need to do all together.
Fabulous. Dr. Alex Orth, thank you so much for coming by and joining us. The head of Subsea Automation Systems for Bosch Rexroth Corporation. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Ed. It was a
meeting you.
pleasure.
It was nice getting that information. We look forward to the future. And this is OTC 2023 Energy Insights. I'm Ed Hyland. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to the Offshore Technology Conference 2023. All happening in the vibrant city of Houston, Texas, known for its energy innovations. Here, the brightest minds in the offshore energy industry gather together to explore new technologies, forge new partnerships, and learn from industry leaders. This promises to be an amazing week. OTC 2023 has an incredible lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise on the latest and most important developments in the industry. Also, the panel discussions will take an in-depth look on topics that are most important to you. The networking opportunities here are abundant. You will connect with industry leaders from around the globe and reunite with your colleagues. Plus, learn more about the latest products and services from various expert exhibitors who are at the forefront of offshore drilling. And while you are on the exhibit hall floor, stop by our Energy Insight Studios, where industry insiders are interviewed on an array of topics. And you can see these broadcasted on OTC's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn page as well as OTC's page. And there is live viewing opportunities in the Rotunda area on level 1 of the Energy Center. So get ready to learn, grow, and discover the future of offshore technologies at OTC 2023. Welcome to the Offshore Technology Conference 2023, all happening in the vibrant city of Houston, Texas, known for its energy innovations. Here, the brightest minds in the offshore energy industry gather together to explore new technologies, forge new partnerships, and learn from industry leaders. This promises to be an amazing week. OTC 2023 has an incredible lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise on the latest and most important developments in the industry. Also, the panel discussions will take an in-depth look on topics that are most important to you. The networking opportunities here are abundant. You will connect with industry leaders from around the globe and reunite with your colleagues. Plus, learn more about the latest products and services from various expert exhibitors who are at the forefront of offshore drilling. And while you are on the exhibit hall floor, stop by our Energy Insight Studios, where industry insiders are interviewed on an array of topics. And you can see these broadcasted on OTC's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn page as well as OTC's page. And there is live viewing opportunities in the Rotunda area on level 1 of the Energy Center. So get ready to learn, grow, and discover the future of offshore technologies at OTC 2023. Welcome to the Offshore Technology Conference 2023, all happening in the vibrant city of Houston, Texas, known for its energy innovations. Here, the brightest minds in the offshore energy industry gather together to explore new technologies, forge new partnerships, and learn from industry leaders. This promises to be an amazing week. OTC 2023 has an incredible lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise on the latest and most important developments in the industry. Also, the panel discussions will take an in-depth look on topics that are most important to you. The networking opportunities here are abundant. You will connect with industry leaders from around the globe and reunite with your colleagues. Plus, learn more about the latest products and services from various expert exhibitors who are at the forefront of offshore drilling. And while you are on the exhibit hall floor, stop by our Energy Insight Studios, where industry insiders are interviewed on an array of topics. And you can see these broadcasted on OTC's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn page, as well as OTC's page. And there is live viewing opportunities in the Rotunda area on level 1 of the Energy Center. So get ready to learn, grow, and discover the future of offshore technologies at OTC 2023. Welcome to the Offshore Technology Conference 2023, all happening in the vibrant city of Houston, Texas, known for its energy innovations. Here, the brightest minds in the offshore energy industry gather together to explore new technologies, forge new partnerships, and learn from industry leaders. This promises to be an amazing week. OTC 2023 has an incredible lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise on the latest and most important developments in the industry. Also, the panel discussions will take an in-depth look on topics that are most important to you. The networking opportunities here are abundant. You will connect with industry leaders from around the globe and reunite with your colleagues. Plus, learn more about the latest products and services from various expert exhibitors who are at the forefront of offshore drilling. And while you are on the exhibit hall floor, stop by our Energy Insight Studios, where industry insiders are interviewed on an array of topics. And you can see these broadcasted on OTC's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn page, as well as OTC's page. And there is live viewing opportunities in the Rotunda area on level 1 of the Energy Center. So get ready to learn, grow, and discover the future of offshore technologies at OTC 2023. Welcome to the Offshore Technology Conference 2023, all happening in the vibrant city of Houston, Texas, known for its energy innovations. Here, the brightest minds in the offshore energy industry gather together to explore new technologies, forge new partnerships, and learn from industry leaders. This promises to be an amazing week. OTC 2023 has an incredible lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise on the latest and most important developments in the industry. Also, the panel discussions will take an in-depth look on topics that are most important to you. The networking opportunities here are abundant. You will connect with industry leaders from around the globe and reunite with your colleagues. Plus, learn more about the latest products and services from various expert exhibitors who are at the forefront of offshore drilling. And while you are on the exhibit hall floor, stop by our Energy Insight Studios, where industry insiders are interviewed on an array of topics. And you can see these broadcasted on OTC's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn page, as well as OTC's page. And there is live viewing opportunities in the Rotunda area on level 1 of the Energy Center. So get ready to learn, grow, and discover the future of offshore technologies at OTC 2023. Welcome to the Offshore Technology Conference 2023, all happening in the vibrant city of Houston, Texas, known for its energy innovations. Here, the brightest minds in the offshore energy industry gather together to explore new technologies, forge new partnerships, and learn from industry leaders. This promises to be an amazing week. OTC 2023 has an incredible lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise on the latest and most important developments in the industry. Also, the panel discussions will take an in-depth look on topics that are most important to you. The networking opportunities here are abundant. You will connect with industry leaders from around the globe and reunite with your colleagues. Plus, learn more about the latest products and services from various expert exhibitors who are at the forefront of offshore drilling. And while you are on the exhibit hall floor, stop by our Energy Insight Studios, where industry insiders are interviewed on an array of topics. And you can see these broadcasted on OTC's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn page, as well as OTC's page. And there is live viewing opportunities in the Rotunda area on level 1 of the Energy Center. So get ready to learn, grow, and discover the future of offshore technologies at OTC 2023.
Hi, and welcome back. I'm Ed Highland. This is OTC 2023, the location for us. And of course, this program is Energy Insights. Joining me now is Dan McConnell, a 2023 OTC board member and consultant, and also with Geomarine Resources. Dan, thanks so much for coming by.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Hey, let's talk a little bit about what's coming up. I mean, OTC, it's such a draw for a lot of people, but let's zero in a little bit on what it means for professionals, companies, and exhibitors.
Well, it's very important for professionals and companies and exhibitors. It's been around for a long time, the OTC. It's so for professionals, it's really a way to meet your peers. It's really to go upstairs, present a paper to your peers about something that you know about, and then of course your clients, they love it because what is a company but it's people, right? So they want to showcase their people. They want to showcase their people in front of their clients. And a lot of work gets done. I mean, they're presenting papers upstairs in the technical sessions, but that's where a lot of connections get made, and that's where the companies solidify themselves, with their clients. And then here on the exhibit floor, they want to have the companies and the people. They want a marketplace, and they want to connect all three. So it's really all three, the professionals who. And the representing companies, and then in the marketplace, and in all that melee, that's what makes OTC great.
You hit on a keyword, connections,
Yeah.
and that seems to be an underlying theme, if you will, because everyone comes here obviously for the information, and we're going to get into some of that here in just a second with the programming. But that networking opportunity, that cross pollination, you just can't find that anyplace else.
Yeah, that's right. And it's been, for my career, it's been very important for my career. It was, giving technical papers up in the upstairs in the technical sessions, which actually introduced me to other people within the company, and then elevated, what we were trying to do as a company, and then making connections with the clients. So what I just talked about, that type of networking is great networking. It helps young professionals build their careers. It's a place for seasoned professionals to bring in the new generation. And that's all about networking.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the highlights this week. Give us some kind of the broad overview, if you will.
Yeah, well, the broad overview, of course, people know OTC as being an offshore technology conference really related to oil and gas. That's how it started. It was started with the, going off to the shelf. And then Houston became the world center for deep water technology. And so that has built the conference to what it is. But it's always been about many other things. I could go back to the OTC and look at marine mining papers from 1978 or something like that. And some of the critical ones are actually there. So it tries to stay current. Right now, everything's in the energy transition. The oil and gas is in the energy transition, but there's also new renewables, and many of those same technologies and those same companies that provided services for oil and gas are doing that for offshore renewables, such as wind energy.
Yeah, it's an evolution that is kind of unfolding right before your eyes. You talked about the energy transition. This year, there's the Energy Transition Pavilion and the Offshore Wind Lounge. Tell us a little bit about those, and then what you can experience going there.
Well, it's a huge thing. I mean, I was upstairs first in one of the panel sessions about offshore wind, and then I went down to the energy, went to the pavilion there, the Energy Wind Pavilion, and there's a huge, they talked about the huge growth in offshore wind, especially in the Atlantic Ocean, going to be here in the Gulf of Mexico and also offshore California, but the U.S. government has an energy policy of 30 gigawatts of electrical wind energy into the grid. And they believe that they're going to make it. New York is stepping up and says, we're going to have 30 gigawatts by ourselves, right? And the lease sales, they dwarf the amount paid for lease sales in the prime of offshore oil and gas. A lease sale would be like $500,000 or millions of dollars. That would be great. But these are, anyway, they're on par, and it's growing rapidly. And so the Energy Transition Pavilion is helps showcase that. Many of the same providers working for different industries.
Yeah, again, cross-pollination.
That's right.
And you find out going in whatever your industry may be or area of expertise, you find somebody else, and it may not be exactly the same, but we're pretty darn close.
Yeah, that's right. And especially an example that would be floating offshore wind, because they'll need the same type of tethering, the same types of geotechnical investigations of the seabed, to make sure that these wind turbines stay out there. And it's very much an overlap between the same engineers. We'll end up working on both. And then there are many people who have 1 foot in one in another, who work for major oil and gas companies, but those oil and gas companies now have big offshore wind operations as well.
That'd be very lucrative for those folks who are able to kind of double dip a little bit and get to spread that expertise around
and
that
common those common goals, those common technical goals need to be solved.
Tell us a little bit more about some of the programming this week. What can we expect? Maybe what are some of your favorites?
Well, some of my favorites, I like a lot of robots and underwater robots, ROVs, AUVs. These would be like submersibles, but nobody's inside them, right? But they map the seafloor, and then they also will be sent out to do different tasks at deep water depths, of 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters and beyond. So this army of AUVs and ROVs, they'll service offshore wind. They'll end up they do service oil and gas, and they will service another area which I'm particularly interested in, because I represent the Society for Mining, Metallurgy and Exploration, is marine minerals, which was always something that's going to happen in the future, but it's actually happening now. So on Wednesday, you should come and what will be described will be the first production test of battery minerals from the deep ocean since the 1970s, and that's going to be here at OTC.
Well, that's historic. I mean,
it is. It's huge. It's huge. It's like having the first deep water oil well, and have it. So it's showcase where it should be. It should be at OTC, and that's where it is.
That's fabulous. You're talking about some of the undersea exploration. I was passing a booth, and they had it was part of to draw people in, but they had a Boston Dynamics dog out there. And it's like, okay, well, you're starting to see all of these different elements that are crossing over on so many levels. It's really quite exciting.
To be able to, it is. It's quite exciting.
People ought to walk around the show floor just a little bit. I mean, you pick up a lot of information. And speaking of, that OTC is known for the wealth of knowledge that you can pick up here and share. Give us some thoughts on the technical programs. What are some of the advantages, aside from the obvious, but what are some of the advantages of going to the technical programs?
Well, there's a wealth of knowledge there. So there's a wealth of information. There's been, I don't know how many, but over 17,000 papers. At some conferences, you can speak, but you don't have to write a paper. At OTC, if you're in a technical paper session, you have to write a paper. So you describe what that paper is, and if you're in the audience, you'll learn about it. And if you're in the audience, it's because that's the area that you're interested in. You'll get insights from that person. You'll get to network with people who are also interested in the same things that you're doing, and it'll probably inspire you to write a paper for the next year, because there's always the time to get started is now when you're a young professional. Writing papers isn't for seasoned professionals. They do it, but it's really for your own career. It's really to find a topic, what you do well, present it here at OTC, and start early.
Well, this is great. Like a tutorial, if you will, for how you can take and further your career or just basically cement your career later on.
Oh, you make all sorts of connections through the technical program, and I would encourage in people who just come down to the exhibit floor to just go to the big board, pick out a couple of topics. There's some great keynote speakers that if you want something broad, there's something that's really technical, say, well, it's a little bit out of my area, but I'll listen and perhaps I can learn something. Go ahead. Everything works on time, so you can look at the calendar, you can go from one room to another. It's very easy to do, and I would encourage that.
You do see a lot of young people coming around. Talk a little bit about how OTC is something that can be advantageous to college students. And I know from different years that I've been here, there's been high school students I know that have also come in because you're getting them in the pipeline, so to speak.
That's right. And it's very important for high school students to see the world which is out there. And then people are in, who had that inspiration in high school. They go to college, perhaps they get into an ocean engineering type field or a geophysics type field, geology type field. What are they going to do with that? And so OTC provides those provides that place, and then you say, well, this is a place that I can work. I can work on help for sustainability, reducing carbon, working in offshore wind. There's a lot of engineering. Really neat engineering experiences that a student can do, and OTC is a place where they can really expand their networks, as I said before, and grow their careers.
Because OTC is it's an international show. I mean, the perspective aspect is always interesting to me, where you might have two people who might be in the same field or two groups who are in the same field, and yet their approach is going to be different for sometimes cultural, sometimes resource information, just different ways that they're going to approach the same issues, the same problems, the same solutions.
Everybody likes to meet somebody who's interested in the same things that they're doing. And that's what you find in the globals is, hey, I'm working on those things as well. And they have a different, they have different ground truthing out there. They have different problems. So something that perhaps you've not thought about, they've been thinking about a lot. So there's a lot of cross-pollination there going on, and the global energy business is global. It's global for suppliers in all of the industries, oil and gas and renewables.
Some of those job opportunities in other lands are very attractive.
Yeah, they are, and these companies, a lot of the companies here already have large footprints. You have the Netherlands pavilion, you've got the Korean pavilion, you've got the Pomeranian pavilion, who have doing expanding offshore wind off of Poland. Many different international presences. Norway's always been here, tied to the hip to Houston through oil and gas, and but they are also, quite well working on renewable energies in the future as well.
Given those little hints that we've given along the way, what networking tips do you have to kind of get someone going through this 276,000 square foot?
Well, don't be a stranger. The first conference I went to the Icebreaker, and I was just standing there, and a guy came up to me and he says, "You look like somebody who needs to talk to somebody." So the first thing to do is just find somebody, introduce yourself. You're both here for the same purpose, and you'll find out something new. You'll find a connection that you didn't have before.
That's all it takes. Break down a little barrier here.
That's right. That's right.
Dan McConnell, 2023 OTC board member and also a consultant. I want to thank you for coming by and joining us today.
I enjoyed it very much.
And I'm Ed Highland. This is OTC 2023. In case you didn't know, Energy Insights is the name of our show, and we hope to see you a bit later with further insights into OTC 2023.
Welcome to the Offshore Technology Conference 2023, all happening in the vibrant city of Houston, Texas, known for its energy innovations. Here, the brightest minds in the offshore energy industry gather together to explore new technologies, forge new partnerships, and learn from industry leaders. This promises to be an amazing week. OTC 2023 has an incredible lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise on the latest and most important developments in the industry. Also, the panel discussions will take an in-depth look on topics that are most important to you. The networking opportunities here are abundant. You will connect with industry leaders from around the globe and reunite with your colleagues. Plus, learn more about the latest products and services from various expert exhibitors who are at the forefront of offshore drilling. And while you are on the exhibit hall floor, stop by our Energy Insight Studios, where industry insiders are interviewed on an array of topics. And you can see these broadcasted on OTC's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn page, as well as OTC's page. And there is live viewing opportunities in the Rotunda area on level 1 of the Energy Center. So get ready to learn, grow, and discover the future of offshore technologies at OTC 2023. Welcome to the Offshore Technology Conference 2023, all happening in the vibrant city of Houston, Texas, known for its energy innovations. Here, the brightest minds in the offshore energy industry gather together to explore new technologies, forge new partnerships, and learn from industry leaders. This promises to be an amazing week. OTC 2023 has an incredible lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise on the latest and most important developments in the industry. Also, the panel discussions will take an in-depth look on topics that are most important to you. The networking opportunities here are abundant. You will connect with industry leaders from around the globe and reunite with your colleagues. Plus, learn more about the latest products and services from various expert exhibitors who are at the forefront of offshore drilling. And while you are on the exhibit hall floor, stop by our Energy Insight Studios, where industry insiders are interviewed on an array of topics. And you can see these broadcasted on OTC's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn page, as well as OTC's page. And there is live viewing opportunities in the Rotunda area on level 1 of the Energy Center. So get ready to learn, grow, and discover the future of offshore technologies at OTC 2023.
Welcome back. This is Energy Insights. I'm your host, Ed Hyland, and I've got the honor of being joined now here at OTC 2023 by Greg Eason, who's the 2023 OTC Program Committee Chair and the Interim Dean and Director, Mississippi Mineral Resources Institute.
That's correct.
You carry many burdens as well as titles.
Well, I do, and it's just a hazard. The interim dean is just a part-time gig. It's only to the end of June, so I get to get rid of that one fairly soon.
Well, you've been very busy over the past year,
yes,
and it's starting to pay off now. We're starting to see the activity, the networking. We want to talk a little bit about some of the technical aspects that are going on, so let's see how much of that we can combine. I heard a great little quote where, you know, in 1 week, you can get what you normally would get in a year.
Exactly.
In terms of training and knowledge.
Yeah.
You can do that in 1 week here at OTC. So
right.
Give us some insight.
I mean, when you look at the trade show, you realize that the folks that come to the trade show, which are the exhibitors, they are able to see all the customers that they need to see. This is where they can see the customers here without traveling all over, because everybody's traveled here. When you're looking at the professionals up in the technical sessions, they're meeting with other folks from other companies and hearing their ideas and hearing what they're doing, hearing new developments that they would have to go to multiple conferences. You'd have to go to the civil engineers conference and the mechanical engineers conference and the petroleum geologist conference. Whereas you come here and you get it all combined. And so it's a really great event for that level of just making the contacts and making new contacts. But probably one of the more important things is just maintaining those existing contacts, seeing people that you've seen before and talk, and sitting down and having lunch and talking about what they're doing.
We want to talk about that. I really want to get into a little bit of what happens at a technical session. I mean, people go to them, but it's important. It's very participatory. And I mean, as I understand, if you want to speak, you've got to have a paper.
Oh, yes,
exactly. Everything's got to be submitted. So give us some thoughts on that process.
If you want to submit a paper to OTC, you submit the abstract. It's due it'll be due in the summer, about September, and then it's going to be rated. It's going to be rated by multiple people from multiple societies. They're sponsoring societies for OTC, professional engineering societies, professional geologist societies, that will have their members of their program committee rate the papers. And then we will get together and we will look at the papers, and those that are ranked highest are the ones that get to go in. And so we have each organization puts together a session that's very focused on what they want to do, and then we put the rest together from the best papers out there. So when you speak for 15 minutes, you have Q&A, and then your paper is published in what's called One Petro, and that there's over 17,000 papers in One Petro. And so we are one of the few conferences like this that really has that 53-year history of the technical things that have been presented. And that's a big archive that nobody else has.
And we were talking before the interview about how valuable even 50-year-old papers and such can be to the industry now, especially as we get into this energy transition.
Right, exactly. I mean, as the energy transition comes in and we're looking at wind, we're looking at geothermal, we're looking at seabed mining, we're looking at things like that. So if we're going to try and mine the minerals we need for the new energy, as they're calling it, the lithiums, the cobalts, the borons, things like that, we have to use a lot of the same technology that we've been using, and that the people at this conference have proven to raise oil off the floor. Now we're raising a slurry of minerals. if we start looking at these platforms that are out there in the Gulf of Mexico and other places in the deep water or in shallow water, as their life expectancy comes down and the oil is depleted, what do you do with them? Well, there's some talk about says that, okay, we turn them into floating wind farms. And so there's a lot of, and the technology that is here on the exhibit floor is the same technology needed for those new energy industries that will be working on
the ultimate recycling. So
exactly.
Give us some thoughts, if you would, on let's get back to sessions. Like one is the Arctic session, for example. There's some different types of very specific sessions that really relate. I believe you use the term new technology, and getting into where the industry is going. Not always including where it is now, of course, but where it is going and how this industry can evolve into it.
I think one of the things is every session has new technology. So when you look at new energy and the energy transition, which is coming and it's very, very much here, we're seeing more sessions on wind. We're seeing more sessions on geothermal. We're seeing more sessions on wave. But every technical session has new technology. It's how is this sealed better? I listened to one this morning that was, how do we do a better job of understanding how to anchor things to the bottom of the seafloor? And that applies to either an oil and gas platform or a wind platform. But the new technology and new techniques are in every session.
Let's go into what happens at these individual sessions and why it's important for an OTC professional, regardless of which edge of the industry they're in, why it's important to go to these sessions, kind of plan your week out to where you can get the maximum.
Well, one of the things we try and do at the sessions was we try and group them such that we know that it's a 4-day conference and not everybody can get off on 4 days. But if you're interested in, say, riser technology or wind energy or things, we try and string together a session after a session, sort of a conference within a conference. We're doing the same thing with the Arctic. So we used to have an Arctic Technology Conference, which was very successful, smaller but very successful. Hadn't had it for a few years because of just changing climate and business climate in the Arctic. And so this year there's a conference in a conference where there is a room that Arctic papers are presented, Arctic keynotes are presented, Arctic panels are presented. And so we're looking at doing that, and the board of directors has said, we like that idea. So next year the plan is there'll be a dedicated string of those that will be related to wind energy, because there are a lot of wind energy conferences out there. We're the only one that does technical papers. We're the only ones that has the technical concept. So the wind energy folks are looking at our technical content and the offshore environment that was developed here by the oil and gas folks to use in their implementations.
All right, well, let's take all the things that we've just been talking about over the last couple of minutes, and how does one go about determining where they need to go, where they can maximize this 3 to 4 days they have?
That's a hard thing to do, because without fail, I can tell you it happens at every conference, every year at this conference, is there are 2 sessions that I really want to go to that are at the same time. Always. And it just is that you have to, and we have 50 technical sessions. So there's a lot to pick from. You want to spend time on the exhibit floor looking at their new technologies. So the best way to do it is to go, and they have a really good mobile app, is go in and just kind of prioritize, put them on your schedule, and just keep going room to room. And we stay on schedule. So, and people do this where I want to see the first 3 papers of this session really, really badly. And so I'll go through those, and then in a break between speakers, I'll go to another room because I want to see the last 3 papers in that room. And so you can do that, and we do a really, really good job of staying on schedule because we know that people do that, and sessions are mixed and matched. And you just have to go do the best you can.
Yeah, of course, we always emphasize to go to the app, basically.
Absolutely.
On the phone.
Yeah.
You can find out a wealth of information there and help plan your week pretty
Absolutely.
much.
Even old guys like me have figured it out. It's simple enough that I can figure it out.
And in between all of that, you've got the exhibition floor. And so, can you correlate that in a few moments that we have left? Is basically saying, okay, we have technical sessions, we have networking sessions, and then we have the floor. How do we get all of this so it's all symbiotic?
Well, it's all symbiotic in a lot of ways, and what you see in the technical sessions is the newer, will this work? What you're seeing out here on the floor is these are the proven technology. These are the folks that make it happen. And then the other thing that we see out here on the floor is exhibits by the companies. And so, or countries, excuse me. is that when you're looking at the Brazil exhibit, for example, there's a Brazil session going on upstairs now that is standing room only. There'll be other sessions from around the world and the country sessions, but it's a good opportunity to come and see, and this is the one place you can do this, where you can see what are they doing in Korea, Japan, Ghana, Nigeria, all over the world, and this is the only place you can do it.
It's all right here. You can feel it, you can touch it, and
Exactly.
you can get the paperwork on it as well. I want to thank you so much, Greg Eastman, for coming along and sharing with us the insights and also the results of your hard work over the past year as the 2023 OTC
It's been a
Program
pleasure.
Committee Chair.
It's been a pleasure.
Very good, and they'll draft you again another year, I'm sure.
We'll see.
All right. Well, thank you
you.
so much for joining us. This is OTC 2023 for the next couple of days. Please take the advice of the expert and also join us when you can for Energy Insights. I'm Ed Heil. Thanks for joining
Welcome to the Offshore Technology Conference 2023, all happening in the vibrant city of Houston, Texas, known for its energy innovations. Here, the brightest minds in the offshore energy industry gather together to explore new technologies, forge new partnerships, and learn from industry leaders. This promises to be an amazing week. OTC 2023 has an incredible lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise on the latest and most important developments in the industry. Also, the panel discussions will take an in-depth look on topics that are most important to you. The networking opportunities here are abundant. You will connect with industry leaders from around the globe and reunite with your colleagues. Plus, learn more about the latest products and services from various expert exhibitors who are at the forefront of offshore drilling. And while you are on the exhibit hall floor, stop by our Energy Insight Studios, where industry insiders are interviewed on an array of topics. And you can see these broadcasted on OTC's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn page as well as OTC's page. And there is live viewing opportunities in the Rotunda area on level 1 of the Energy Center. So get ready to learn, grow, and discover the future of offshore technologies at OTC 2023.